said, most of my photos have been surplus. I haven't meeting to October. I don't
They ordered construction.
I'm construction paper.
Good morning. Welcome everybody to the Public Safety Commission meeting. Call to order. Roll call. Commissioner Blair.
Here.
Commissioner Long.
Here.
Commissioner Stodgill.
Here.
Commissioner Wainwright.
Here.
I'm Chairman Mock. A quorum of the Public Safety Commission is present, and the public meeting of the Commission is called to order and will now proceed. The time is 10 o'clock in the morning. The location of this meeting is the Criminal Law Enforcement Auditorium at 6100 Guadalupe as posted in the agenda. We will now consider the agenda items that have been posted for this meeting. We'll start with the invocation by C 2023 Class Chaplain Devontae Wright. Please rise.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for traveling grace and getting us here in this weather. Lord, we pray that when we leave here that you just keep us safe as well and give us that same traveling grace. Lord, I know there are many big decisions to be made, and you've chosen the right people to do it. So, Lord, I pray that you be with them. Guide their hearts and guide their minds, because these are trying times. And, Lord, I pray that all the decisions that are made today are made in your honor, and they glorify you, and they help benefit the state. Lord, just continue to guide us and direct us, as it says in Proverbs 69, as long as we plan our way, you'll establish our steps. So, Lord, in the decisions that are made, just continue to guide them in the right direction they need to go. And just be with the commission members as they make these decisions, Lord. Continue to bless us, God, direct us, be with the state, be with those that live in it, be with those that serve and protect it, and be with those that pass through it, God. We love you, we praise you, we thank you for all that you are. And all these things we pray in your son's precious holy name. Amen.
Amen. We'll now do the pledges. Trooper David Gonzalez.
All officers present arms. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Order arms. Texas flag. Present arms. Honor the Texas flag. Pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Order arms.
Thank you. Please be seated. Next item on the agenda is approval of minutes of the Public Safety Commission meeting held on August the 24th, 2023. I'd entertain a motion.
I so move, Chairman.
We have a motion from Commissioner Wainwright and a second from Commissioner Blair to approve the Public Safety Commission meeting minutes from August 24th, 2023. I would note that those are the two Houston Astros fans, and we have the Ranger fans on the end. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. And in all seriousness, we wish the Rangers all the best in their World Series run this year. So, Director, we're going to move on to presentations. Item 5 on the agenda.
The following employees will be presented a certificate in recognition of their 30 years of service and accomplishment with the Texas Department of Public Safety. Raimundo Alcantar.
We could have everyone on the top row just take one step this way. Perfect. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Dale Avant.
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Peter Constancio III. Jacinto Gutierrez, Jr. Frank Lopez. Peggy McKelvey. Mario Reyes III. And Raymond Watley. The following employee will be presented a certificate in recognition of her 35 years of service and accomplishment with the Texas Department of Public Safety. Sharon Cervenka. The following employee will be presented a certificate in recognition of his 45 years of service and accomplishment with the Texas Department of Public Safety. Aristio Elizondo, Jr. On October 13, 1971, a fugitive wanted for assault with intent to commit murder attempted to murder a Euless Police Department sergeant during a traffic stop. The suspect fled the scene on foot and ultimately entered a residence in Bedford and took a family hostage. A 15-year-old child was able to escape the residence and notify authorities, which led to a standoff at the residence the following day. Texas Ranger Thomas Arnold had been involved with the all-night manhunt for the suspect, and upon receiving information regarding the suspect's location, traveled to the area. Prior to Ranger Arnold arriving at the scene, the suspect forced the family into their vehicle at gunpoint and ordered the mother to drive away from the residence. Ranger Arnold became involved in the pursuit of the vehicle, which ultimately came to an end when a Euless PD officer blocked the road. Ranger Arnold disregarded his own safety and parked his DPS vehicle directly behind the hostage vehicle in order to communicate with the suspect. The mother was in the driver's seat, a 5-year-old child was in the middle of the front seat, and the father was in the front passenger seat. The suspect was seated directly behind the father and kept his sawed-off shotgun pointed at the back of the father's head. Many unsuccessful attempts were made to negotiate the safe release of the hostages and the surrender of the suspect. Realizing the suspect had no intention of surrendering and intended to kill the hostages, and considering the positions of the hostages and suspect, the ballistic characteristics of the vehicle's rear windshield, and the knowledge regarding the performance of the ammunition in his scoped rifle, Ranger Arnold situated himself in the best position available in order to minimize the risk to the hostages if he was indeed forced to make a shot on the suspect. As the situation deteriorated, the suspect was distracted and momentarily moved the shotgun from the father's head. Ranger Arnold seized this opportunity and fired one round through the rear windshield, striking the suspect in the head. The rear windshield shattered, preventing Ranger Arnold from seeing the effect of his shot. Immediately, Ranger Arnold left cover and moved toward the vehicle while drawing his sidearm and placing himself between the suspect and fleeing hostages. He instinctively and with steadfast resolve fired 3 shots into the suspect, effectively ending the terrifying incident and allowing the family to escape unharmed. In recognition of his courageous and exemplary manner in which he honored his law enforcement duties during a violent and life-threatening situation, Texas Ranger Thomas Arnold is hereby posthumously awarded the Medal of Valor. We are extremely honored to have Ranger Arnold's family here with us today. On January 11th, 1987, Trooper Kenneth Pittman was on routine patrol in Midland County when he became involved in a pursuit with a van, during which assailants opened the back doors of the van and fired a shotgun, striking the windshield of Trooper Pittman's patrol unit. Pittman received glass injuries to his eyes, impairing his vision and causing him to drive off the roadway through a fence. After his unit came to a stop, the van also stopped and backed up to the crash site. One of the assailants exited the rear of the van and fired 2 additional shots at Trooper Pittman, with one shot striking the driver's side window and windshield and the other striking the left rear of the patrol unit. Trooper Pittman exited the passenger side of his patrol car and returned fire, striking one of the assailants, who was helped back into the van before the assailants fled the scene. Trooper Pittman was transported to Midland Memorial, where he underwent treatment to remove the glass fragments from his eyes, as well as treatment for several bruised ribs and a twisted knee. Approximately 1 month later, he returned to full duty. In recognition of his great personal sacrifice and professional performance of law enforcement duties, during which he sustained serious bodily injuries, Trooper Kenneth Pittman is hereby awarded the Purple Heart.
Okay, my question.
On January 31st, 2023, Trooper Curtis Putz was seriously injured in the line of duty due to icy road conditions while investigating a crash involving a commercial motor vehicle. As Trooper Putz was applying personal protective equipment outside of his unit, a vehicle lost control on the ice and collided with his patrol car, putting him between his vehicle and a concrete barrier. The crash caused the patrol unit to run over Trooper Putz and pin him underneath. With other troopers, fire departments, and tow trucks on the scene, various tools were utilized to raise the patrol unit and relieve the pressure that was inhibiting Trooper Putz's breathing. Additional resources were deployed to extricate him from under the unit and began conducting triage until he was able to be transported for further medical treatment. In recognition of his great personal sacrifice and professional performance of law enforcement duties, during which he sustained serious bodily injuries, Trooper Curtis Putz is hereby awarded the Purple Heart.
We've seen the guy on the weekend on stage, so. Keep it down a little bit, please. Keep it down.
On May 9th, 2023, License and Permit Specialist Sharita Lewis was processing a customer for an identification renewal when external checks indicated the customer had a warrant for assault with a deadly weapon. Trooper Stephen Lister was informed of the active warrant, and as Trooper Lister attempted to make the arrest, the subject made an effort to escape. As Trooper Lister pursued the subject, both fell to the floor, and Lister suffered a broken kneecap and became incapacitated. Driver license employees Frank Pritchett, Tierra Carradine, John Lockhart, John Burris, and Stephen Hill immediately came to the aid of Trooper Lister and assisted in apprehending the suspect. These personnel detained the subject, who made 2 more attempts to flee before other law enforcement officers arrived. The quick actions by the driver license team members prevented further serious injury to Trooper Lister, the employees, and public, had the subject gained possession of Trooper Lister's firearm. In recognition of their decisive and professional response to a life-threatening situation, driver license employees John Burris, Tierra Carradine, Stephen Hill, John Lockhart, and Frank Pritchett are hereby awarded the Director's Citation.
August 9th. Yes, sir. He does. Bye.
It's got to stay open.
Right. I asked. Congratulations.
Ready, sir? Hindsight.
On May 9th, 2022, Trooper Brandon Aquino assisted the Kinney County Sheriff's Department with a vehicle pursuit that ended with shots being fired. Trooper Aquino, along with Trooper Cole Duval and Deputy Elizabeth Aguirre, provided life-saving efforts without hesitation. The subject sustained multiple gunshot wounds, some causing arterial bleeding. Trooper Aquino assisted in successfully applying multiple tourniquets and a chest seal, stabilizing the subject until EMS personnel arrived on the scene. In recognition of their decisive and professional response to a life-threatening situation resulting in the saving of a life, Troopers Brandon Aquino and Cole Duval are hereby awarded the Life Saving Award, and Deputy Elizabeth Aguirre is hereby awarded the Director's Award. On January 13th, 2023, Trooper Crystal Hall responded to a radio broadcast of an 83-year-old female that was choking at a, my apologies.
Hey, can you keep it quiet for everybody else out in here, please? Thank y'all.
On January 13th, 2023, Trooper Crystal Hall responded to a radio broadcast of an 83-year-old female that was choking at a local restaurant. Upon Trooper Hall's arrival, Lake Travis firefighter and paramedic Tristan Monks, Dr. Richard DeBenke, and Llano police officer Ashley Doran were already performing chest compressions on the victim. Trooper Hall immediately collaborated with these personnel to continue life-saving medical attention. Upon EMS's arrival, a CPR machine and a 4-lead ECG cardiac monitor were employed. After continued medical treatment, the victim's pulse returned and she was alert and communicating. The victim was flown to a medical center where she made a full recovery. In recognition of their decisive and professional response to a life-threatening situation resulting in the saving of a life, Trooper Crystal Hall is hereby awarded the Life-Saving Award, and Officer Ashley Doran, Firefighter Tristan Monks, and Dr. Richard DeBenke are hereby awarded the Director's Award. On March 3rd, 2022, Trooper Troy Bridier responded to the scene of a male subject experiencing serious bleeding following an injury sustained at a job site. As Trooper Bridier approached, he observed a male subject lying on his back with his feet elevated. A coworker was applying pressure to the wound located on the subject's right inner thigh, and there was a large amount of blood surrounding the area. Bridier immediately applied a tourniquet and continued to monitor the subject while communicating to responding personnel. Shortly after, Bluffdale Volunteer Fire Department EMTs arrived and assisted in applying a second tourniquet. ERAF EMS arrived on the scene to continue medical care of the subject and transported him to a local hospital. Trooper Bridier's quick response kept the subject from experiencing severe health consequences. In recognition of his decisive and professional response to a life-threatening situation resulting in the saving of a life, Trooper Troy Bridier is hereby awarded the Life Saving Award. On December 26th, 2022, Trooper Justin Craig overheard a report from the Longview Police Department regarding a drug overdose in progress. Realizing he was close to the call, Trooper Craig responded and was first to arrive on the scene. He was directed to an SUV where the unconscious subject was seated in the driver's seat. As a drug recognition expert, Trooper Craig realized the subject's cold, clammy skin, shallow breathing and pulse, and extremely constricted pupils were indications of a narcotic-related overdose. Craig quickly retrieved 4 milligrams of Narcan nasal spray from his patrol car, which he administered to the subject. As Longview PD officers arrived on the scene, Trooper Craig solicited their assistance in removing the subject from the vehicle and placing him on the ground in a recovery position. With the subject's symptoms not subsiding, Trooper Craig administered an additional 4 milligrams of Narcan nasal spray. EMS personnel arrived shortly thereafter and transported the subject to a medical center. While in transport, the subject began to regain consciousness, and by the time Trooper Craig arrived at the medical center, the subject was fully alert and able to communicate his appreciation to Trooper Craig for saving his life. In recognition of his decisive and professional response to a life-threatening situation resulting in the saving of a life, Trooper Justin Craig is hereby awarded the Life Saving Award. On January 19th, 2023, as Trooper Toby Clifton arrived on the scene to assist Rusk County Sheriff's deputies with a welfare check of a suicidal subject, he observed deputies struggling with a subject who was covered in blood. After assisting the deputies with restraining the subject, Clifton noticed the subject had arterial bleeding from his right forearm. Without hesitation, Clifton applied a tourniquet to the subject's upper bicep, which significantly slowed the loss of blood. Trooper Clifton also applied a pressure dressing to further address the injury. Ultimately, the subject became somewhat compliant and was able to be transported to a local hospital where physicians were able to repair the artery. In recognition of his decisive and professional response to a life-threatening situation resulting in the saving of a life, Trooper Toby Clifton is hereby awarded the Life Saving Award. On January 29th, 2023, Trooper Ramon Martinez was conducting a commercial vehicle inspection when a bus driver approached him and requested assistance with a passenger displaying erratic behavior. The subject was escorted from the bus, and Trooper Martinez requested EMS response due to the probability the subject was experiencing a drug overdose. After approximately 5 minutes of erratic behavior, the subject lost consciousness. Trooper Stephen Cantu and Sandra Mendoza arrived on the scene and assisted Trooper Martinez with administering 2 milligram vial doses of Narcan. The subject regained consciousness and presented a calm and coherent demeanor. Trooper Mendoza remained with the subject until EMS personnel arrived and provided further medical attention. The subject communicated to EMS paramedics that he had consumed a substance containing fentanyl. In recognition of their decisive and professional response to a life-threatening situation resulting in the saving of a life, Troopers Stephen Cantu, Sandra Mendoza, and Ramon Martinez, who could not be here today, are hereby awarded the Life-Saving Award. On May 2nd, 2023, Texas Ranger Jesse Perez was deployed to Operation Lone Star and assigned to the UAS team to support the Texas Rangers Special Operations Group in the Eagle Pass Rail Yard. Ranger Perez heard radio traffic from a U.S. Border Patrol agent regarding an undocumented female that had been struck by a northbound train and her leg had been amputated. Ranger Perez immediately responded and upon arrival began providing first aid and applied his DPS-issued tourniquet to the subject's upper left leg. Perez placed the subject in the recovery position until other resources could arrive. However, due to the rural area and the lack of a level 1 trauma center, Ranger Perez requested a medical air evacuation. While waiting for EMS, Perez obstructed the subject's view of the injury and began speaking with her, helping her to control her breathing. SRT 5 members arrived on the scene and developed a plan to safely transport the injured subject from the elevated bridge, down a steep embankment, and across a field to a waiting EMS unit. Once the subject was secured inside the EMS unit and further medical treatment was being provided, SRT-5 team members secured a landing zone for the incoming aircraft, and Ranger Perez escorted the EMS unit to the landing zone. The subject was flown to a hospital in San Antonio in critical condition. Ranger Perez later learned from medical staff that the subject was alive and in stable condition. In recognition of his decisive and professional response to a life-threatening situation resulting in the saving of a life, Texas Ranger Jesse Perez is hereby awarded the Life Saving Award. The Northwest Texas Region's 5A11 Sergeant area troopers are strategically stationed throughout the region's 71 counties, focusing criminal interdiction efforts on those smuggling narcotics and other contraband across Texas. Sergeant Area 5A11 is comprised of 1 sergeant, 1 corporal, and 7 troopers that have supported criminal interdiction operations throughout the region as narcotic detector canine handlers. From January 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2022, Sergeant Area 5A11 had 735 canine deployments for illicit drugs and currency, which resulted in seizures of 7,382 pounds of marijuana, 4,014 pounds of THC products, 492 pounds of methamphetamine, 389 pounds of cocaine, 11 pounds of heroin, 30 pounds of fentanyl, 224 pounds of PCP, and almost 1.1 million in U.S. currency. Sergeant Area 5A11 troopers have become successful due to their criminal interdiction techniques in roadside interview, vehicle searches, and their knowledge of Fourth Amendment search and seizure case law. They have been recognized statewide for their expertise in canine handling, successful drug and illicit currency seizures, and multiple troopers have placed in the state's top 10 canine teams. The employees commended for their hard work and dedication include Sergeant Tony Miller, Corporal Shane Bearden, Troopers Jerome Engel, Shannon Tank, Chase Neville, Christopher Lambert, Derek Hyder, Clayton Blacksher, and Donald Strange. They are hereby awarded the unit citation. On the morning of October 9th, 2020, a female was found murdered in her home in New Boston, Texas. The victim was 35 weeks pregnant, and it was determined that after she was viciously beaten, but while still alive and conscious, her baby was cut from her womb. The New Boston Police Department requested assistance from the DPS Criminal Investigations Division and the Texas Rangers. CID Lieutenant Andrew Venable assembled his personnel and coordinated with Texas Rangers Josh Mason and Chris Baggett to provide assistance. A suspect was quickly identified, and it was discovered that a Texas Highway Patrol trooper had conducted a traffic stop of the suspect that same morning, shortly after the murder was committed. The suspect was in possession of the baby and claimed that she had just given birth and was en route to a hospital. EMS personnel transported the suspect and baby to a hospital in Oklahoma, which was the closest option. Officers from the Idabel, Oklahoma Police Department and special agents from the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation were contacted to detain the suspect at the hospital. Texas DPS CID Special Agent Dustin Estes obtained preservation orders for the suspects and victims' social media accounts. Other CID and THP personnel began a canvass of the area in a search for witnesses and evidence, and local officers and Ranger Mason traveled to Idabel to interview the suspect, during which the suspect confessed to being involved in the mother's murder. DPS CID personnel drafted and executed search warrants for social media accounts, cellular telephone records, and internet service provider activity, all of which were extremely instrumental in the investigation. This information revealed the suspect's research regarding how to fake a pregnancy, C-section deliveries, how to care for a newborn infant, GPS information that proved the suspect had conducted surveillance at teen pregnancy centers and women's clinics, and evidence that the suspect performed vehicle registration inquiries of potential victims. Due to the exemplary performance of DPS CID personnel, the Bowie County District Attorney requested that DPS CID remain involved in the remainder of the investigation, grand jury proceedings, court preparation, and additional endeavors. The evidence gathered by these personnel regarding the suspect's activities prior to the murder of the victim and abduction of the baby, during the commission of the criminal acts, her actions immediately following the murder, and her efforts while incarcerated to frame others for the crime, all proved to be extremely invaluable contributions to the successful outcome of the investigation and ultimate conviction of the suspect. The outstanding collaboration, teamwork, and dedication exhibited by these officers and prosecutors is to be commended. Those commended for their hard work and dedication include CID Lieutenant Andrew Venable, Special Agents Briscoe Davis, Eric Estes, Dustin Estes, Chris Barker, Ben Allison, Texas Ranger Josh Mason, Bowie County Assistant DA Kelly Crisp, Bowie County Assistant DA Lauren Rogers, and DA Investigator Lance Klein. They are hereby awarded the unit citation.
I want to thank you all for being here today. As I said, all these meetings, this is the highlight of each Public Safety Commission meeting, having the opportunity to recognize the service and valor. The other part that we really enjoy is recognition. This is the other side of the stage. We appreciate everybody, all they do. We appreciate their families that support them. At the same time, work in service to the state of Texas. We're going to take about a minute break and continue with the meeting. Thank you all for being here.
Yes, sir.
The Public Safety Commission is back in open session following a brief break after presentations. We'll move to public comment. Sophie, is anybody signed up for public comment? Anyone in the room wishing to give public comment? Hearing none, public comment is now closed. We'll turn it over to the director for his report. Director McCraw.
Chairman, Commissioners, we've got an abbreviated presentation today, but many things are happening, and I know that you want to cover much ground, and some of the things that we normally address in the security part in terms of the executive session, some of the things we can talk about, at least the unclassified version of it, as it relates to border operations, it relates to some of the recent attacks that have occurred and concerns that we have as it relates to future attacks and the threat vectors that exist currently right now. I'll say this, I mean, first starting, there's no question that we are concerned from a public safety and homeland security standpoint that an unsecured international border continues to be a significant threat to Texas. There's 8 Mexican cartels that have command and control elements operating in Texas. They're reaping billions right now through human trafficking, which is something they didn't engage in as a primary business model before, but it's been very lucrative for them. And it pays off both before they get to the river and there afterwards. So it's a challenge in terms of rewarding the cartels with more money in that regard in terms of how they use it to be able to exploit the unsecured border. But we recognize that. Also, a concern of the legislature and the governor has been the fact that the Mexican cartels continue to operate as drug trafficking organizations and cartels, and principally in the areas of methamphetamine, heroin, cocaine, and now fentanyl or synthetic opiates, and even more specifically in terms of using fentanyl laced in fraudulent pills that are made to look like whether it's Percocet, oxycodone, Oxycontin, even Adderall, that they're selling pennies on the dollar to make a huge profit margin for the cartels. And of course, as you know, unlike poly drug cocktails or other items that have been used and abused, illicit drugs over the years. Certainly we have overdoses in methamphetamine and heroin, and that goes back for decades. But fentanyl and these laced pills are unusual in the sense that it only takes 2 milligrams, as you know, to be able to kill somebody is a lethal dose. And even if you take the administrator of DEA's most recent testimony, she talked about that 7 out of 10 pills that they test are hot, meaning they have over 2 milligrams of fentanyl. You heard today the life-saving awards were handed out to troopers, okay, and others by administering, quickly administering something to be able to counter the opiate overdoses that happen. So this is something that we're unfortunately see more and more of. And as we've talked about before and testified before, what happens, the border doesn't stay at the border. It affects every community of Texas. And we see it in terms of numbers, but we see it anecdotally, we see it empirically. And there's been certainly the state legislature and the governor have been concerned about it, and with the implementation of Operation Lone Star back in March of 2021. And it coincides when we saw essentially a global mass migration event. And I say that, I don't overstate it, in the sense that we had as many as 1.4 million individuals come into Texas within 1 year in 2022, which in the previous all-time record was back in 1986 and didn't approach 700,000. There's only been about 7 times since 1960 that it's exceeded 500,000, and just a little over 500,000, and now we're talking about millions. Most recently, we were concerned about Title 42. As you know, we testified before the commission not long ago about the Austin Violent Crime Task Force and how we had assigned, troopers and special agents to be able to conduct crime prevention operations around the clock. And after Title 42 was ceased by the federal government, we were concerned by the governor, was very concerned about how that would impact in terms of surges in between the ports of entry and how we would be prepared as the Department of State to be able to address that. In fact, we canceled some of our violent crime prevention operations, including the one in Austin, so we can send troopers down there in anticipation of large increases. However, that didn't happen. In fact, based upon CBP One app communications to the migrant community about using Title VIII instead of Title 42. Will there be some punitive actions if they did come in? We saw immediate drop in the number of undocumented migrants coming into Texas in terms of apprehended, which is obviously anything under 10,000 would be an absolute success, but really we're talking about anywhere from 10 to 15,000 a week, which still too much, but it certainly is a relief from the over 30,000 that we've seen, and as high as not long ago 38,000 a week, which clearly puts us on a pace of more like 1.8 million. So where are we right now? We're seeing continued increases because what happened after a while, the migrants talk to each other. The cartels will always try to sell their wares and push and promise and make misrepresentations to attract them, whether it's from South America and Central America into, because they make money in that regard. And what we've seen is the uptick, and it shifts. On any given day, it'll shift between the 5 Border Patrol sectors we have in Texas, whether it's El Paso, whether it's the Big Bend area, as old numbers are always slow and low for good reason because it's a natural barrier. And Laredo, Webb County is always low relatively to the other sectors. But El Paso, Rio Grande Valley, and Del Rio are really at the epicenter for the movement of migration into Texas and beyond. Now, most recently, we've seen a shift more to Tucson, a shift to San Diego. And of course, frankly, that's a value to the Texas, so our communities aren't overwhelmed by that, because every time these communities are overwhelmed, as you know, and one of the concerns the governor had and his continued concern is that when that happens, Border Patrol is overwhelmed and they move from a proactive enforcement posture on the river to a reactive detention and processing enterprise, off the river. And of course, that leaves great gaps. And from a security standpoint, the Department of Public Safety is not concerned about asylum seekers as long as they're properly vetted with the federal government. But every time there's a large number of asylum seekers come and overrun, Border Patrol stations and locations, it leaves large gaps that are immediately exploited by the Mexican cartels. And as you know, they work with as many as 18 gangs throughout Texas, and they leverage those gangs to support their operations on both sides of the border. So you have a confluence of things that impacts public safety and homeland security. Most recently, you've heard reports about the terrorism watch list. Yes, there is a consolidated terrorism watch list, and the FBI oversees that particular list, and they do put names on those lists of individuals that may be involved in terrorism. And for years, those numbers have been relatively low, under 10. Sometimes 3 a year. It illustrates that the threat exists, but not necessarily, it doesn't show the magnitude of it. But now, because of the large numbers coming in, we've had this last fiscal year, federal fiscal year, as many as 173 individuals on that list. It doesn't mean they're a terrorist, okay? But it illustrates the problem of special interest aliens. And we've never really talked about that in open forum, and there's good reason for it. It's third-party information. It's Border Patrol information, CBP, in terms of which countries. They protect that information. We acknowledge that protection because they have not authorized us to release it, but we can talk in general numbers and general countries. I can tell you that the countries that we're concerned about, because the enemies, of Texas are persistent, and the enemies of the United States are persistent, and global terrorism has not gone away. Whether it's Al-Qaeda on the Arabian Peninsula, whether it's ISIL, whether in East Africa or West Africa, whether it's Boko Haram in Africa, whether it's in the Somali-based, Al-Qaeda affiliate, Al-Shabaab or Abu Sayyaf out in the Philippines. There's about 60 countries where these terrorist organizations have operated and continue to operate. And if you look at the list in terms of who's entered Texas, you can track, yes, there are special interest aliens, is the term that we're used to it, that are coming between the ports of entry, usually military-age males, and most often are trying to sneak into between the ports of entry. They're not giving up to Border Patrol. They're deliberately trying to get beyond the checkpoints, and that's where our focus is, on those individuals. And same thing with transnational gangs, same thing with cartel operatives, certainly drug smuggling. Those are the things that the department's been focused on as a part of the governor's overarching Operation Lone Star strategy. And we continue to do so, working with Texas Military Forces, which is doing an outstanding job, as you would expect. Texas Game Warden's doing an outstanding job. In fact, Texas Facilities Commission, there's not a state agency that doesn't provide some level of support. TxDOT has provided infrastructure as well. And TDM has provided support in terms of infrastructure and logistics along those lines. So it is a integrated, approach to border security. And it always recognizes that, hey, Border Patrol is the front line. And if not for them being in the position that they are, they'd be able to do their job. But right now, they're unable to do their job in the state of Texas, recognizing, yes, it's a sovereign responsibility of the federal government to secure the international border with Mexico, but House has made it very clear, whether it's the governor has made it very clear, that certainly the legislature as well, is that, hey, in the absence, okay, of order, when we have disorder, when we have crime, okay, when we have this going on the border, the homeland and public safety threats, there's an expectation that something be done, and the department's a part of that. And currently, as you know, we're in a special session. There's legislation, being considered that is border related. Certainly, always legislation we don't comment on. All we do is implement it when it's approved, and we'll see what comes from this special session. But we know one thing is that it's a priority of priorities of the governor to be able to protect Texas from transnational criminal organizations that are threatening the southwest border, and in particular Texas, the gangs that are supporting them. And also a great concern is this recent event that we've seen, and not long ago, that you could pretty much count on gangs in the area of operation, the border region, and the children being recruited in that area to support the smuggling infrastructure. That's no longer the case. The cartels are exploiting social media. They're now using social media to be able to recruit people from many different locations, not just in terms of Texas, but your hubs, your transshipment centers like Houston, San Antonio, Dallas, and other locations, but other states as well, to help move people beyond the checkpoints along those lines. So we're, I know it's being considered as smuggling legislation, increasing penalties for it, and the usual things that profit the Mexican cartels. And, bridging from what I'd like to do is just talk a little bit about this going back to special interest aliens, because, as you know, we had a recent attack in Israel, and as a result of that attack, there's been much talk about Hamas, Hezbollah, and special interest aliens, coming across the southwest border. And it's been, over 2 decades since we experienced the attacks at 9/11. But I can say that those organizations that I mentioned earlier are alive, are active, and continue to seek to destroy us and our way of life. And it doesn't take many to do so. So we're always concerned, about a coordinated attack, whether it's a lone actor or as a group. And what you saw certainly in Israel, what you saw in Paris in 2015, what you saw back in the East Africa attacks on the embassies in 2019 are these complex coordinated attacks. And of course, how do you prepare for something like that, especially when the main objective is to create havoc and also, a horrific impact on the communities, which means it are coordinating events and attacks at soft targets in different locations. And as we speak today, we're implementing a statewide exercise to test our capabilities, and I say our capabilities. It's a state capabilities, and there's expectation of the governor that we work closely with local, state, and federal agencies in a coordinated manner to be able to respond to a perceived exercise attack with several injects involved. And of course, the focus on this attack, not unlike the last one we did a couple of years ago, but the focus this time is on schools. So it's on 2 things. One, the fact that the cartels, not the cartels, but the terrorists would attack soft targets in Texas. They do it in a coordinated fashion, which draws resources and makes it far more difficult for the state to respond to, and that they would do so at schools, which, as you know, our most valuable assets are at our schools. And the most horrific things when they're trying to accomplish in terms of terror, and that's what they're trying to accomplish, elicit that in a community. Those are the areas that we are focused on this particular time. You'll have an opportunity when you break and move into executive session to see the classified update in terms of how the exercise is going right now. Mike George and his staff, who's assigned to the Homeland Security Office in the department, and as you know that we report, that's another element that we report to the governor's office. I'm the director of Homeland Security for him. Freeman Martin, Colonel Martin is his deputy in that regard, and Mike George oversees the particular program. And so you'll get an idea in terms of how this exercise is proceeding, working very closely with our FBI counterparts, DHS counterparts. FBI is on board with each of these locations, and because that's how we need to respond when an attack does occur. That's the. I want to mention another thing is that there's too many threats, too little time. And in Maine, what happened last night in Maine is another example. It was a mass attack, one more mass attack on public places where there's mass casualties involved. And every time that happens, because it's a persistent threat, it continues on. And it's our assessment, and it's others' assessment as well, as the greatest threat is the lone actor that's with a angry, disaffected, narcissistic, perceived grievances that they seek to avenge through violence and notoriety. And the best way for them to do that is to kill as many people as they can in the most horrific way they can. And it has certainly a devastating impact on the community, an enduring devastating impact on the community, but also has a reverberating impact, and I'd say just in the community, and not just the state, but in the nation, every time that happens. And it affects public safety, it affects Homeland Security, and we're mindful of it. And so for the Department of Public Safety, we've been tasked, and there's an expectation by the governor and legislature that we treat every threat, every suspicious activity as serious as possible and do what we can to address it. And to do so, we received additional resources this last session, including analytical, because the intelligence and the analytical piece is so valuable to connecting the particular docs on that front end. Additional special agents, which are also vital, because each of these things have to be investigated. And I use as an example, just in 2022, where we had thousands of suspicious activity reports through iWatch, phone calls, other things reported to the Department of Public Safety. We use the Fusion Center, we use iWatch, we have an infrastructure, a network of Fusion Center networks. But there's also, from that, we had as many, over 500 criminal investigations that had to be worked by special agents to ensure that no lead went uncovered and that we properly addressed each particular threat. And how do you properly address each threat? I mean, some of these things get to beyond really a law enforcement expertise and quickly gets into where you need an interdisciplinary approach. I'm very proud of our Criminal Investigative Division because they came up with this idea of beta teams, which is, an anachronism for behavioral threat assessment teams. So we're not just looking at the immediate threat, but there might be other ways to be able to address that threat that you don't just walk away from it, that you can bring in, professionals from different disciplines to be able to assess it, look at it, treat it, and there may be other ways to be able to address some of these particular things. And we have these beta teams around the state. And we're doing those through MOUs and cooperative agreements in terms of local, state, and federal agencies, so we can stay on top of this thing. Because one thing we can't afford to do is treat any of these threats like it's, we can't afford to treat, every threat matters. And we've seen it here. Now, I can tell you, we know if you look at the pathway to violence and you look at in terms of where they are based on overt acts and where they are in terms of their capabilities and their intent, we can see that we have prevented attacks on mass casualty attacks. There's no question about it. And those are just some of the challenges we're facing right now. And what I'd like to do is also, because at any given time, I mentioned in terms of the Austin Violent Crime Prevention Task Force, but one thing is absolutely, we can tell right now, there's not enough troopers, not enough special agents, not enough Texas Rangers based upon the threat environment. And we're constantly asked, how many more we need along those lines. And what we're trying to do is make sure we're doing and asking in a very, evidence-based approach so that we're not, because it's difficult to recruit in this time for law enforcement agencies across the country. We will be mindful in terms of giving that opportunity to increase our positions within the department to be able to address those threats, that we are absolutely sure that's what we need to be able to do it. But I can tell you right now, we're getting increasing requests from around the state as a result of violence in neighborhoods, and the jury's out. People got it figured out. There's a large body of scientific literature and meta-analysis studies as well that indicates increased police decreases crime. You can do that it doesn't matter where you go. You can actually, do directed patrols, high visibility patrols, enforcement patrols in hot spots, in areas where there's high crime and high calls, and you can drive that down, plain and simple, period. And similarly, you can do the same thing with crashes. As you know, we suffer over 4,000 fatalities on our highways and roadways in Texas, and we're responsible for over 213,000 miles of rural roadways in Texas. You can do both, okay, but you have to have high visibility patrols to be able to do that. Now, we also engage when especially if it's crime operations, enlist analysts and enlist special agents to do that as well. And we won't need necessarily discuss those tactics and techniques we're using right now, but just an idea of some of the requests. I've asked Colonel Martin to go over some of the things we're involved in right now that require resources, a surge of resources. And if you don't mind, I'll turn it over to Colonel Martin.
Sure. So in addition to our regular responsibilities, I don't think there's ever been more threats, and we've never had any more deployments since 1935 as we do right now. So we talk a lot about Austin and OLS, but we also have a violent crime task force in South San Antonio in response to 8 SAPD officers that were shot in a very short period of time. So doing the same thing with the directed patrols, surge of black and white troopers, but also using our tag agents to target violent offenders and gang members in South San Antonio that's driving the crime. Also, we have deployments for the Capitol, the special session, deployments to Colony Ridge and Liberty County. We have our school safety program continues in Uvalde. We have a gang task force, Operation U-Town in Uvalde, in response to a gang-related shooting that happened after Robb Elementary shooting, and we continue Operation North Star. So 8 deployment operations in addition to our regular duties and assignments, and that's not counting festivals and commercial vehicle task force in the Permian Basin, the Eagle Ford Shale, and those type. These are deployment operations. The director mentioned, in addition to that, the high volume of threat to life. CID has done a really good job with these beta teams, and ICT does an excellent job in collecting data, receiving maintaining the SAR network, and connecting the dots and pushing that stuff out to the CID and the behavioral threat assessment teams. In addition to that, the conflict with Hamas and Israel, we're seeing pro-Palestinian protests and pro-Israeli protests popping up in Houston, Dallas, and San Antonio. We're monitoring those, responding to threats related to that conflict, and working with our local partners to make sure that they have all the information, and we work in coordination with them. And I would say lastly that we couldn't do these operations without the support of the legislature and the governor and the operational funding and the overtime. Some of the agencies that we're working with that are experiencing these issues don't have access to overtime, and they get comp time, which is actually counterproductive to the mission. The more comp time they work, the more they take off. We're surging commissioned employees into these areas to work, and they're having to take off because they don't have overtime. So we're working in coordination with the governor's office to try to get some additional funding for our local partners to address those issues.
That concludes our director's briefing.
Director, I have one point, and it's kind of a rhetorical question. You were talking about the special interest aliens and how they seek to evade being apprehended. I think there's a misconception that maybe they just turn themselves in to Border Patrol, but in reality, they want to be gotaways, but they're not. Would you address that a little bit? You touched on it a little bit in your remarks, but
Well, some of the special interest aliens, we've talked about SIAs in that regard. It's a term of art in that regard, but really, individuals from threat-based countries, and there's 2 types. One can be terrorist threat countries, and I mentioned a couple of them. Syria would be one. A state sponsor of terrorists would be Iraq, Iran. Certainly, non-state sponsors could be Pakistan, it could be Afghanistan, and I talked about Somalia. And those countries certainly have a terrorism presence in that regard. There's national security threats as well. I don't think people realize there's as many as 8,000 Chinese nationals who've been captured along Texas borders trying to get in, over the last year. So there's always that we're mindful of those particular things. And of course, Uzbekistan, any of the stands you can pick out of, there clearly is, we've captured, along the southwest border, but in particular in Texas. So it's very difficult to vet these individuals, by the way, and in particular, getting the names right. And there's really no biometric or even a name-based check internationally that you can rely on to be able to properly vet it. It takes time, it takes effort. And I can tell you from previously being concerned about, large numbers of individuals from Afghanistan and the ability to be able to have people that can speak Pashto or Urdu to be able to translate. How do you interview somebody? How do you vet somebody if you can't understand them? And there's even a smaller group of polygraphers that have that language skill that can be able to help along those lines. And our concern is those individuals that are deliberately trying to avoid Border Patrol. They're not trying to go over the bridge. There's 29 ports of entry in Texas. They're not trying to enter there. They're not trying to cross the river, look for Border Patrol and give up and say what they need to say to be able to get asylum or be considered for asylum. They're deliberately trying to avoid detection, to get into the United States undetected. And there's largely 4 groups that fit that category. One, we talked about special interest aliens and why we're concerned about it as relate to those terrorism threat-based countries. Individuals from countries that are national security threat, we mentioned China, Russia, there's been some from North Korea as well. That's more an intelligence, that's more counterintelligence threat standpoint and something that purview of our federal government, but certainly always concerned from the state standpoint. And of course, we're always worried about individuals that have been previously convicted of crime in Texas and elsewhere that have been deported and come back across. That routinely happens. So those individuals, clearly are trying to avoid detection and apprehension when they come back in. And of course, gang members, because we recognize when we have large groups of Central Americans coming in, a gang that had infiltrated Central America long ago is MS-13 and MS-18. So anybody from gang members from Honduras and El Salvador and Guatemala is a concern. And of course, we find them routinely being used by the cartels to move contraband across with them, but also moving in and locating, whether it's you heard some of the train operations that we conduct, brush team operations that we're conducting with our local and federal partners. All of those things are really designed to detect and interdict the transnational criminal activity that's happening between the ports of entry, the security threats, if you will. And to your point, Chairman, is that you're right. They're not trying to give up. These individuals, there's a reason why they're trying to avoid detection. And there's no good reason to do that otherwise. Now, I'll say this. There are sometimes the victims trying to avoid detection. And what we found, especially in the international sex trafficking industry, is there's been promises made to young girls in Central America and Mexico that if they come to a location, they're going to have an opportunity to be a domestic servant, to operate in a house, to be a nanny, to work in the service industry. And they were always, they don't know it yet, but they were really destined for a life of prostitution. And we've seen it in our cases. You've been briefed on some of those cases in the executive session. And unfortunately, that's a continuing thing. And especially when you have so many people in such large numbers that are coming in. And when I talk about migrant communities, Texas didn't used to have a hub for MS-13, but today in the Houston area is a national hub, not unlike in Florida, New York, and certainly Northern Virginia as well.
Well, Operation Lone Star certainly is not attracting people to this country, and I shudder to think what it would look like without it. So thank you.
Thanks. Well, Colonel Martin said it best. I mean, this is something that the governor and the state legislature have put us in a position to be able to do something to impact it, but it's always challenging. We're just thankful for the resources that we have, and we'll continue to do as we're directed to.
Any more questions?
Regarding the Liberty County deployment, what's the main purpose of that?
It's like all of them, the reduction of crime. And every one of the operations I talked about, we keep data and stats, and the numbers are huge. And the one that just blows my mind is right here in Austin, being the state capital. But we started it in March. We took a break for about 2 months during the Title 42. But during that time, here in Austin, Texas, we seized 650 pounds of methamphetamine, nearly 20 pounds of cocaine, 19 pounds of fentanyl, over 3,000 felony arrests, 320 felony search warrants. Just the numbers are really, really high. Liberty County, the numbers are a lot lower, but there was a lot of angst and unrest about the migrant community that lived there. There have been, like a lot of lower economic development communities, there's people that live there. Their biggest problem there is younger adult males that are affiliated with different gangs. There's been a lot of media attention on that, but the biggest issue there is not really like a violent crime reduction task force like we have here in Austin or San Antonio. It's just the absence of resources. The sheriff's department does not have the resources to cover a new community of 60,000 people. So it's a good-sized city that grew up in a small rural county that doesn't have the resources. So mainly just being there, we're working a lot of crashes related to unlicensed drivers. It's a completely different tasking than we're doing in some of the bigger cities.
Thank you.
Chairman, thank you.
I would add just to that, because there was a lot of angst and even report of no-go zones and cartels taking over along those lines. There's not a community in Texas that there's not cartels haven't impacted one way, shape, or another, and or is impacted by gangs. To start with, to the extent taking over no-go zones, things like that, Texans aren't going to allow that to happen, plain and simple. So looking at it, and, it's based on our operations and working with the sheriff, looking at the data and so forth and so on, yes, it's a problem, as Colonel Martin said, but the problem is a lack of police resources.
Right.
Is it a greater problem in other parts of the state? No, it's not necessarily, except for there's not enough police officers, and therefore that's why we've got a lot of troopers working in there right now in that regard. But most of the call, there's always going to be gangs and locations. There'll be instances in terms of examples of a stash house, example of drugs, but the Mexican cartels aren't really operating command and control networks in Liberty County.
Yeah, it's similar to some of the South Texas counties. They're just small, they're not populated heavily, and they're certainly not used to an influx of people. Liberty County's that way. It just happens to be in East Texas.
And to your point, and basically Liberty County has become a suburb.
Right.
And it's really become, that development in particular has become a suburb for those that have little money, that are working under, we'll call it middle class or lower middle class, that want to buy land. And they certainly, there's no question that there's a market for that. But I can tell you, even in South Texas, small communities, the challenges we have is like stash houses.
Yeah.
And bailouts and high-speed pursuits. So you really have a much greater problem in those areas. Sure. Because you do have a cartel infrastructure that's supporting the smuggling network. So it's much more challenging in that area, if
Certainly.
you will, than it is in Liberty County. But it doesn't mean that the sheriff doesn't have problems. When you got 60,000 people, you're going to have crime, plain and simple. And if you got few deputies, that's the challenge he's facing right now.
Right. Thanks.
Commissioner Long and I had the opportunity to visit Liberty County, and I can confirm it's exactly as Director Martin indicated. It's just a staffing issue. It doesn't look a whole lot different than the other rural community, except for the concentration of people. But the notion that it's this lawless no-go zone is just simply not accurate.
Well, they don't have strict homeowner association guidelines. Okay. You may have, a mobile home next to
rural counties all over the
exactly,
state.
Exactly right.
Just a couple of remarks. There may be a question in here somewhere. First of all, Deputy Director and Director, thank you for that excellent briefing. I'm glad it's public record, and I wish it was, mandatory for all the citizens of Texas to listen to it, just to kind of know what's out there. In a way, that whole Liberty County deal is kind of a microcosm of, I checked the gross statistics and what the governor's office is saying. You mentioned earlier in your briefing about law enforcement, the presence of law enforcement decreasing crime, and it's just a fact, that's true. So if you put law enforcement in the numerator and the population in the denominator, as a citizen of Texas, that's only going to get worse. We're growing, and I think that's a problem. Part of the problem in Liberty County, and talking to some of the sheriffs out there, they're just, the last 5 or 10 years, their population growth is just exploded. And according to the governor's office, the same thing is going to continue in Texas. And I know we're doing everything we can to recruit troopers, but again, as a citizen of Texas, I think the problem is going to get a little bit worse. We're going to do everything we can. We're going to be efficient, but man, let's keep up those recruiting efforts and try to build those commissioned officers out there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you, Director. Before we move on to new business, I want to recognize some guests with us here today from Governor Greg Abbott's office. We have Trent Piora. From Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick's office, we have Suzanne Tomlin. From the office of Senator Joan Huffman, we have Jennifer Niesick. And from the office of Representative Ryan Guillen, we have Matt Rushak. Thank you all for being here. If there's anyone I missed, I apologize, but we appreciate your attendance and your support. Moving on to item 8, new business. Item A, discussion and possible action on the reappointment of members to the Vehicle Inspection Advisory Committee, and that is Chief Wayne Muller.
Chairman, Commissioners, good morning. Wayne Muller, Chief Regulatory Services Division. As you're aware, some of the programs in RSD have an advisory committee, including the Vehicle Inspection Program, which has a statutory advisory committee, which this commission appoints 8 of the 9 members, and the 9th member is appointed by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. This morning, I have a request for consideration of reappointment of 2 of the existing members of the committee whose terms have expired. First is Mr. David Lewis, who represents in the slot of emissions analyzer testing equipment manufacturers. Mr. Lewis has been in that industry for over 22 years. He has been a good participant of the committee for the last 3 years and has indicated his want to continue his participation. And an updated background check was conducted on him, and there was nothing found that would indicate any concerns with him being reappointed into that position. Likewise, Mr. David Campbell sits in one of the safety-only station owner slots on the committee. He has been a member, he has owned that station for the last 6 years in the Longview area. Prior to that, he had over 20 years successful career in the U.S. Navy. Mr. Campbell has been a good participant in the committee as well and has indicated his want to continue participation with it. A background check was conducted on him as well, and there was no finding that would indicate any concerns with him continuing in that capacity. And so at this time, Chairman, I do request consideration of reappointment of Mr. David Lewis onto the committee for a 3-year term to expire August 1st, 2026, and then Mr. David Campbell to be reappointed to a position for a term that will expire January 1st, 2025.
Lewis is an appointment, not a reappointment?
They are both reappointments.
They're both reappointments.
Yes, Chairman.
I'll move.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Blair and a second from Commissioner Long to reappoint Mr. David Lewis, Mr. David Campbell to the Vehicle Inspection Advisory Committee. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you, Chief. Moving on to item B under new business, final determination, contested cases, consideration possible action on the proposals for decision. I'll turn that over to General Counsel Atkins.
Good morning. We have 5 contested cases this morning that are coming before you for final determination. All 5 of them are vehicle inspection cases. 4 of them are clean scan cases, and 1 of them is a failure to inspect items case. In all of these cases, the evidence was heard before SOA, and the administrative law judge has recommended that the proposed sanction by DPS be affirmed. Going through the cases, the first one is a vehicle inspector case, Jose Ferniza. He issued passing inspection reports without performing the required emissions testing, i.e. clean scanning. He had a prior offense, so this penalty was enhanced to a revocation. The second case is Guadalupe Rios. He also engaged in clean scanning. First offense, 12 months and a $500 administrative penalty is the sanction for that. The third case is Akil Shabihawe. Actually, he engaged in failing to inspect multiple items. This is a covert audit type case. And the recommended sanction is a suspension for 12 months. The fourth case is an inspection station, Hala Car. It also engaged in clean scanning, and the recommendation is a 12-month suspension and a $500 administrative penalty. And the final case is also an inspection station, Homestead Auto Inspection Station. It also engaged in clean scanning, and we're seeking a 12-month suspension and a $500 administrative penalty. So each of these cases, the proposal for decision is a recommendation to adopt the sanction imposed by the department. So I'd request a motion this morning to adopt the recommendation from the administrative law judges as the final decision of the department in these 5 cases.
Commissioners, we can take this as one item if you wish.
I'm comfortable, Chairman, if you are, just making a motion as to all 5. And I move that we adopt the recommendation of the administrative law judges in all 5 cases presented by General Counsel.
Second. We have a motion from Commissioner Wainwright and a second from Commissioner Stodghill to adopt all of the proposals for decision under item 8, section B, numbers 1 through 5 of our agenda. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you. Item C under new business, report discussion of possible action on the following rule proposals for publication to receive public comment. 3 items. First item will be Chief Sherry Gibson. Good morning.
Morning. Sherry Gibson, Chief Driver License Division. This morning, we're bringing an amendment to Rule 15.29, which will be adding individuals who are convicted of trafficking of persons under Penal Code 20A to the list of people who are ineligible for alternate renewals. Basically, what that means is they will be required to come into the office to renew and get a new photo. They will not be allowed to do any transactions online or by mail. And we're requesting permission for this item to be approved for posting in the Texas Register.
Commissioners, any questions? And hearing none, I'd entertain a motion.
I so move, Chairman.
Second. We have a motion from Commissioner Wainwright and a second from Commissioner Stodghill to post for publication to the Texas Register to receive public comment on proposed amendments to 37 TAC Section 15.29 concerning alternative methods for driver's license transactions. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you, Chief. Items 2 and 3 under C, under new business, will be Chief Wayne Muller again. Chief.
Again, Wayne Muller, Chief Regulatory Services Division. These 2 items, item number 2 would be, and both impact the private security program. Item number 2 would be an amendment to Rule 35.7, which would authorize the carrying of rifles by commissioned security officers and personal protection officers, as opposed to just handguns or shotguns, limited to those who are honorably licensees who are honorably retired peace officers. Some language in the rule amendment would also clarify policies that must be in place that are in keeping with the training protocols and the training curriculum for those companies that choose to go that way and allow rifle carrying by those types of licensees. And then item number 3 would be amendment to Rule 35.143, which is in part in response to a statutory change this last session, House Bill 3424, which clarified the requirement for commissioned security officers to receive in-person training on self-defense tactics as opposed to virtual or online training. This rule change goes along the lines of indicating the requirements, background requirements of those that will instruct those licensees that are looking to get that in-person self-defense tactics for those security guard schools. For both of these items, I would expect we would see some public comment, especially on number 1 regarding the rifles, as that's been a topic that's come up off and on with the security guard companies in particular. But for now, both of these were put before the Private Security Advisory Committee, and through their vote, they do recommend these rules to the commission. So at this time, I would request your consideration of placing them in the Texas Register for public comment period.
I so move on both of them.
Sir, we have a motion from Commissioner Blair and a second from Commissioner Long to post for publication in the Texas Register to receive public comment on proposed amendment to 37 TAC Section 35.7 concerning firearm standards and proposed amendment to 37 TAC Section 35.143 concerning training instructor approval. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I have one question for the chief. With one of the proposed rule changes, or proposed rules, after comment, we propose changes to those. I believe it's TAC 35.5 or 35.9 or 35.13. I'm not clear. Can you tell us which rule that is and what the specific change that we thought necessary was?
Certainly, Commissioner. I think we're going to get to that in ongoing business in just a moment.
Are we talking about?
Okay, am I ahead of the agenda?
We're on the new business.
A little bit, Commissioner.
Okay. I am ahead of you. So hold that thought.
As
We'll
usual.
come back to it.
Yes, sir. I will. I'll catch up. I'll try.
Well, he's just following the timeline here, and we should already be there. Is there any further discussion?
Reading ahead.
Any pertinent questions? Okay. Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you, Chief. And if you would hold your seat since you're up next. Item D under new business is intelligence threat briefing. We will handle that in executive session. Moving on to item 9 under the agenda, ongoing business report discussion, possible adoption of the following previously published rules. Items 1 through 10. Chief Mueller.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, Wayne Mueller, Chief Regulatory Services Division, and I do apologize. There is a bit of messiness with these 10 items, which I will go through. First, item number 1, which impacts the vehicle inspection program, proposed amendment to section 23.25. That was simply the addition of a fee that we put into the rules. We needed to do that in order to be in compliance with some statutory changes this last session. We did not receive any public comment on that item. Item number 2, proposed amendments to sections 35.5, 35.9, and 35.13. And let me back up a second. Items 2 through 6 all impact the private security program. Item number 2 in those 3 items, there were several changes that we were looking to do there, including some language that had to do with requirements of when licensees needed to display their credentials when interacting with the public. Also, some language that had to do with responsibility of bad acts by non-licensed employees of licensed companies, as well as some restrictions regarding advertising, and then some other cleanups as well. In part, these rule proposals were originated from some recommendations by the Private Security Advisory Committee, but we did receive public comment on every single one of these, in particular regarding the display of credentials. The private investigator subset of private security had some concerns about the way it was, the language was put in place. There has been another Private Security Advisory Committee that has occurred since then. causing further conversation based on the public comment. Some of the members seem to be wanting to reconsider where they stood from last time when I said that they were recommending it. So at this time, we're going to pull down, withdraw item number 2. It's clear to me that we need to make sure we're striking the right balance between putting rules in place that serve the best interest of the citizens, balanced against things that are unduly burdensome to those that are trying to run their business within the private security company. So we're going to,
Just 2.
item number 2, yes, we're going to withdraw at this time.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, that withdrawing item 2 answers my question. Actually, puts off the answer to my question until the next commission meeting, I take it.
Yes, sir. And item number 3 also needs to be withdrawn because it relates directly to section 35.5 above. So items number 2 and number 3, we are withdrawing at this time. I'll put them back to the advisory committee to discuss with their constituents within the industry and then bring it forth at a future date in an altered fashion. Item number 4, proposed amendment to section 35.81. This was rule change. Pardon me. This was rule change to implement House Bill 3424, which now requires commission security guard applicants to undergo psychological testing as part of their application. This is just rule to make sure that that information is captured as far as the application process. We did not receive any public comments on this item. Item number 5, amendment to section 35.91 is very similar to 35.81, except that as it applies to personal protection officers as well and the requirement for psychological testing. We did not receive any public comment on this item number 5. Item number 6, proposed amendment to section 35.124. This was some language to clarify the initial experience that must already be had for those that are applying to be either in a security alarm company or a security alarm training school licensee. We did have one comment, but the comment was really just a request for clarification as opposed to any support or opposition to the rule. And that clarification has been made to the commenter. So we feel comfortable moving forth with that one. Items then 7 through 10 impact the metal recycling entity program, and in particular, all of them had to do with statutory changes this last session as it relates to transactions involving catalytic converter sales. Item number 7 is proposed amendment to section 36.1, which is the removal of definition of fixed location. The legislature, through Senate Bill 224 this last session, added into statute a definition of fixed location, and so that we do not cause any confusion or conflict, we are seeking to remove what we have in rule. We did receive public comment on this item in support of this rule change. Item number 8, repeal of section 36.5. Again, that section in rule laid out those businesses that have catalytic converter transactions as ordinary part of their ordinary business. Again, the legislature created such a list within statute this last session, and so that renders our rule a little bit moot, and so we're seeking to remove it so that there's no confusion or conflict with what is now in statute. We received public comment on this item as well, and it was also in support of this rule change. Item number 9, thank you. Item number 9, amendment to section 36.11. This has to do with the licensees. Not every MRE is involved with transaction of catalytic converters, but those that are will now have to get an endorsement from us on their license that they do transact in catalytic converter activity. And so this puts language in place regarding the application process to get that endorsement, as well as an ongoing requirement of them letting us know what the volume of catalytic converter business they do as they move along with their business. Again, we did receive public comments on this item in support of this rule change. And then lastly, item number 10, proposed amendment to Rule 36.60. This was to put in place in the disciplinary schedule at the end of all the rules set for MREs, the consequence for violating one of the violations of a catalytic converter transaction. we had put in place and what was placed in the Texas Register was first offense would be up to a $500 fine, second offense would be up to a $1,000 fine, and then it moved on from there with suspension or revocation. We did receive public comment, in particular from the author of Senate Bill 224, who pointed out that during this last session, the legislature saw fit to actually raise the administrative penalty up to potentially $10,000 per violation of a catalytic converter transaction. And the point within the public comment was that we should have our rule more closely reflect legislative intent as they put in statute. We absolutely agree with that public comment, and so we're going to go back and revisit that rule and raise the levels so that it meets what statute has in place now. Under advice of General Counsel, that is a substantive rule change, and so again, I will need to pull this one down, withdraw it from consideration today, so that we can make those changes, and then I would bring it back to you at the December meeting, so that would then go through the public comment period for then potential adoption thereafter. So all that said, Chairman, at this time, I am requesting your consideration for adoption of items 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, but not items 2, 3, and 10, as those are withdrawn. And I'm happy to try and answer any questions you might have.
I'll move.
And I'll second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Blair and a second from Commissioner Wainwright to approve all recently published rule or previously published rules under ongoing business section A, numbers 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 as posted in the agenda. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Let the record note that items 2, 3, and 10 have been withdrawn and will be brought back to the commission. Thank you. Item B, under ongoing business, report, discussion, and possible action regarding the modification of the DPS organizational structure and the appointment, promotion, ratification, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a member of the department or commission management team. Director McCraw, do you have anything for us?
Yes, I do. Chairman, Commissioners, after 30 years of faithful service to the Department of Public Safety in the state of Texas, Chief Orlando Alanis will be retiring at the end of November. As it, like anything else, as you know how important the Highway Patrol Division is. All our divisions are important, but certainly Texas Highway Patrol Division. We're blessed, first of all, for his service and dedication throughout his career. And we've got many talented individuals that certainly can handle that particular position, both in the field and at headquarters. And certainly our two assistant chiefs, whether Justin Crane or Ben Urbanski, do an outstanding job and are extremely qualified. At this time, though, we also have several majors, and we'd like to, senior staff and myself would like to recommend to you and seek your advice and consent to promote to the next Texas Highway Patrol Chief to be Brian Rippey, Major of the region, Northwest region, up in Lubbock. So with that, we seek your approval.
Is he here?
Yes. Is there a motion?
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
This is for. Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Blair and a second from Commissioner Long to promote Major Rippey to Chief of the Highway Patrol Division of DPS.
It'll be effective December, sir.
Effective December 1st.
Yes, sir, 1st. And would you like for him to come up and do a large presentation at this time?
You have a PowerPoint with you?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Commissioners, are there any questions on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Congratulations. And I also want to thank Chief Alanis for his service to Texas.
Absolutely.
Well, one more recommendation for the commission. As you know how important the laboratory service department is, not just the service division is to the Department of Public Safety, but all law enforcement in Texas. They do an outstanding job. Chief Brady Mills, and we'd like to recommend that we promote at this time to Assistant Chief of the Laboratory Services Division, Alice Amelhat. And she's got several over 30 years, 23 years in the, with the Department of Public Safety, serving the crime lab. Outstanding background, and of course, this position is very important. And as you know, the science and the demands upon the Department of Public Safety continue and will continue to grow. And this will help us be able in a position to do that. So with your advice and consent and recommendation to you, and that you approve Alice Amelhat as the next Assistant Chief of the Laboratory Services Division.
You said Hamilton?
No, Amelhat.
Amelhat.
Well, let me check with Chief. I got it right, Chief? Yep. Okay.
Camel hat.
There she is.
Thank you. And I'll also move.
And I second, and are we pronouncing your name right?
Like
Camelot.
Camelot.
Okay.
Okay.
She's probably said that a few times.
Yeah. Don't mock me.
Okay, no, sir.
And that is a Chief of Laboratory Services, Assistant
Chief of the Laboratory Service Division.
All right. We have a motion from Commissioner Blair, and I believe it was a second from Commissioner Wainwright, to approve of the promotion of Alice Hamelot as the Assistant Chief of the Crime Lab.
Assistant Chief of the Crime Laboratory Division. Well, Laboratory.
Crime Laboratory. That's
fine.
I'm having a
How about Laboratory Division?
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Anything else, Director?
No, sir.
All right, item C, report, discussion, and possible action regarding ongoing criminal investigations pursuant to Government Code Section 411.0041. We'll handle that in executive session. Moving on to item 10 under our agenda, reports. Any members of the commission wishing to give a report? Hearing none. Susie, do you have a finance report for us today? Chief Melvin, do you have a report?
I don't believe she has a report today, but Mr. Chairman, there's a written report, kind of summary in our papers, and I just wanted to point something out and asked the chief, Melvin, to just make a couple of comments about it. Members of the Chief Auditor's Office Management attended the FBI National Academy of Texas Leadership Conference for Women. Pretty highfalutin conference and an organization we all know of. And I just wanted to ask our chief to just comment about that conference and the benefits to attending that conference. If you would, Chief Melvin.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner and Commissioners. Actually, I really should turn the mic over to Lieutenant Colonel Dwight Mathis, who is president of the Texas chapter. It's the
Indeed,
second
he is.
year that they held this leadership conference for women. We were very excited to be able to participate and attend. It was well represented by both non-commissioned and commissioned women in law enforcement, and a good representation from DPS, but not just within Texas, but also commissioned law or non-commissioned women outside of Texas as well.
Thank you, Chief. And I might also note that she is on the Board of Governors for the Austin chapter of the Institute of Internal Auditors. So active not just with DPS, but beyond DPS, and respected beyond DPS. And thank you for carrying the flag for us wherever you go.
Absolutely. You also give me the opportunity to mention that it is the approval of our annual internal audit strategy that allows us the ability to do things other than just our internal audits and advisory projects. So as you might recall, you approved some time for us to what we call service to the profession. So that allows us to serve in advisory capacities or leadership capacities with whether it's the professional internal audit chapter locally or in other ways. So important part of giving back, but also a good way to recruit and retain talent. We will be providing you a final or an annual report that's due next week. And in that report, we'll give you a summary of our activities from the last fiscal year.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And that had me thinking, I was thinking about Commissioner Wainwright and his work as liaison to the Chief Auditor's Office. And I would like to back up to item A, and I would like to propose that Commissioner Long be designated as the PSC liaison to the Williamson County project that we will be undertaking. I think that your expertise in construction is really important, and I think that you would bring a lot of value to that. And I think that project is extremely important to the commission, that it go well. And would appreciate you lending your insights and assisting in our oversight of the project.
Well, I'm humbled. Thank you very much, Chairman, and I would gladly accept that role. I mean, yeah, that training facility is just kind of what we talked about a while ago to get those recruits. The way I understand it right now, I think we're bussing them back and forth between here and the campus, and ultimately, it would be that we have a facility out there. I believe, Walt, isn't that right, that we would have a facility when, I know we're down the road on this, but they would be able to go out there and stay and get all that training at what some of them refer to as the Taj Mahal out there, so.
Yes, sir. There will be dorms and it'll be full facilities.
Yeah, so it's a long way to go, but I would gladly accept that. Thank you very much.
Okay. Do any of the commissioners have any objection to that?
No, I think when he says it's a long way to go, it's not a long way for you. It's just down the road a bit, time-wise.
Time-wise, yeah, time-wise, that's right. And, yeah, I had in the private sector, worked many years in the construction side of it and everything. So I'm looking forward to working with some talented people at the DPS and the Texas Facilities Commission to get that facility done on schedule, hopefully.
Okay, yes, because we do have a couple, as I mentioned, Commissioner Wainwright is the liaison for audit, and Commissioner Blair is the liaison for our contract review board. So this adds a new position, and thank you for taking that on. I want to recognize Representative Tinderholt is in the back of the room today, is my understanding. Thank you for being here today.
Being here.
We'll move on to division reports. Are there any chiefs wishing to give a division report? Hearing none, we'll move on to consent items. Item 11, Colonel Mathis, are there any adjustments to this list?
No, sir. Approval recommended.
And I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Second?
We have a motion from Commissioner Wainwright and a second from Commissioner Blair to approve all items under Section 11 of our agenda, the consent items. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you. Item 12 on the agenda, items for future agenda. Commissioners, please get with Sophie or Phil on any items you wish to see included in the next meeting agenda. The regular Public Safety Commission meeting is scheduled for December 7th, 2023. Discharge hearings will be scheduled for December 6th, 2023. The Public Safety Commission will now go into closed session at this time pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551, to consider matters authorized to be considered in executive session under Government Code Section 551.071, 072, 073, 074, 076, and Government Code Section 411.0041. The time is 12:19 p.m. The Public Safety Commission has ended a closed session and is now reconvened as a quorum in open session. The time is 2:28 p.m. If there is no further business, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
We have a motion from Commissioner Wainwright and a second from Commissioner Blair to adjourn. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign.